Welcome everyone. Time for a stream. One moment. Let me this up. All good? Yeah, I'm all good. Hope you are all good on this Friday evening. Hope you're all good. Hope you had a nice week. Everything is working, cool. Okay. Welcome. So, I want to do some sound design today. I'm good. I actually had a bit of a thought this week, because last week we got completely stuck with trying to write a tune, and well, as you know, like I was thinking about it this week and looking back at the stream, and I figured out like probably why I get stuck. I guess I'll explain a little bit about what I thought. So I was noticing when I was doing like the VOD of the stream that I just get so caught up in trying to write the track that I forget that I need to do other stuff to get to that point of even being able to write the tracks that I want, and then I get stuck. So my thought process is, because I like music that is very, well, how to describe it? That is very textured, I guess, or like has like, I guess, a bit of like real instruments and electronic music sort of like blending together. That's what I like a lot. And last week we did a little bit of that. We we had the, what was it, like the Middle Eastern sort of like string instrument and that kind of stuff, which actually sounded cool. But then after that point, I kind of got stuck. And I figured I just don't need to care too much about writing the track that early on in the process, because why would I? You know, probably a much better thing to just write little bits, little pieces, and just experiment with that and try and, you know, make sounds and come up with stuff for the project. Maybe just like make a whole bunch of sections that are sort of like separate from one another, and maybe even like, I guess, maybe iterate on those little sections, you know, like if I have something, maybe take one sound of it and move it aside and write around that again to see what happens then. Try something different, you know. And then if I do that, then I'll eventually get stuff that I can use to make a track out of, right? So might be a much better choice to work that way, which will take a little bit of adjusting for me, because I would have to adjust my workflow to it. But I think that would be a pretty good idea to do. So for that reason, I think today would be a good thing to do some sound design. Sounds logical. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just that I guess sometimes I forget about it, you know? And I'll just start caring too much about making a track, but I shouldn't, you know? I should just make stuff that will lead me to making the track more easily. Like, if I have a bunch of sections that sound cool, it's easy to, you know, I guess make a little arrangement out of that, and then see where the gaps are and how to transition between those sections, right? And then you can start thinking about, okay, so what is the full track going to do? But if I start thinking about it right from the start, then I mean, it doesn't really work, especially not like, I guess it depends on the music, but like the stuff that I want to write or that I have in my mind most of the time is just too, like, what is it? Too like sound design heavy, and not even just sound design, but like also just, it needs to be quite textured and quite so like detailed, I guess. And because of that, if I just start from scratch and try and immediately think about like what the track needs to do, then I'm basically skipping the whole important step of actually making the sounds, right? And I guess that's why I got so completely stuck last week. I also tend to get stuck when I'm trying to write too intentionally. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I figured let's just start with some sound design today. I think I might start with some bass sound design. Just why not? Don't really care too much about the pattern, but just make like some bass and maybe see what we can do with it then. Maybe we'll design some drums, maybe we'll design some other stuff. I do have a key in mind that I want to work in. I've been messing a bit with piano today, and I figured we're gonna be in the key of D. That's quiet, or is it not? Probably quiet for you guys. Because I've been playing a lot on like this scale today, and I really like the sound of it, so... Which, I mean, you guys know it. It's very similar to what I often tend to gravitate towards. So we'll just stick to that scale for now, and we'll make some stuff. Also, I have a little friend out here today. I'll leave him. He might show himself later. He's sleeping right now, so a little cat friend. Well, little between quotation marks because he's quite big. Cool. It's not my cat. It's my sister's cat, but he's staying at my place right now. I would grab him, but he is too cute right now, just laying there sleeping on my bed. So I'll just leave him be for now. He'll probably start moving later. He's fast asleep, so. Anyways, yo Simon, welcome. An update again? I literally updated last week. God damn it. Ableton as well. Ableton also gave me a notification when I started it up just now. Said like, yo, there's a new update. I'm like, dude, I literally updated last week. But whatever. Don't know what the new stuff is. Nothing too important. Cool. That's 16 bars. That's quite long. Let's move it down to 8 or something. Let's just add in a note. Let's see, what do we got? Let's actually create another serum for the sub, but I guess I'll add that later. Let's run this through, give it a little bit of movement. I think moving this would be cool, so we're gonna add a macro to that. I'm just gonna do a whole bunch of automation on this, I think. See what we end up with. Maybe we'll high pass this. Maybe we'll add some noise to it as well. Let's grab this one. Probably might want to automate that as well, so do that. I'll just add a sub in here for now. We will probably move that to different patch later. This would be our high pass. Maybe the resonance would also be cool. Let's move these to bus 1. And send this one to bus 1, and then I guess we'll set that to none. So it only distorts the mid-range for now. Should we add 2 voices maybe? Give it a little bit of that, so... Actually, I might leave it at 1. What happens if we chuck that on here? Just a little bit. Let's make that range smaller. Something like that. Cool. Let's see. I think it would be nice to have this on a separate patch for the sub, so I can process it different from this layer. So let's just set this to that. See, I'm gonna leave this on polyphonic. I think that would be nice. And we could maybe add another filter in here. Set this to filter 2. And then send this to bus 1. And we can use something in here. Maybe a band reject or something. Let's duplicate this patch. Let's just turn off the sub here. Or wait, let's turn this off here. Guess that as well. We'll leave this distortion, but we can turn these off. This is just the sub. I guess we'll leave it in here and we'll just high pass it again. Cool. Now we can start processing that layer different. I'm thinking maybe a corpus on here could be interesting. So I think it could be good to have like a couple of notes in here. Do like a little pattern or something. Let's just make it shorter. So I forgot some stuff in here. I'm gonna go back into this patch real quick. Let's add maybe a little pitch envelope as well. And let's do that on level 1. He's moving. I think he wants to leave now. Well, he's chilling again. D&B? I don't know yet. We're at D&B tempo, so could be. Probably want to have that as well. The fuck is he doing? Where are you going, mate? Can't go there. Cats are such weird creatures. What are you doing? Come here. Look at it. It's one giant cat. What? Are you gonna do the stream? Huh? Are you gonna do the stream? Yeah? Or not? We'll go back here. Yeah, he's a pretty big boy. And he's back to sleep. God damn it, he's making a mess out here. My game controller is tangled up with my headphone cord. One moment. Put that here. That's better. He likes to just sleep on the bed the entire day. We'll probably have the width as well. I think now he's done with it. I think he wants to leave now. Wanna leave? Goodbye. Like I do. Yeah. Don't we all? Cool. Not sure if the band reject one is but might add some extra bits that we can use later. So that is that, yeah, and then I guess now the pitch envelope is also applied to the sub, so we have to duplicate this again. Just chuck that in here. Turn this off. Cool. So now I think what could be good is to just put all these in on macros. And then I guess the level of the two as well. That's probably gonna be helpful. Let's take the level of the mids and the level of the sub. And let's map this all to macros. So we'll do this to macro 1. That's gonna be our sub level. Then we'll do this one. That's the mid level. And then let's go and grab... let's do all of these. So that's going to be our wavetable position. We have our high pass and the high pass resonance. Then we have the band reject and the band reject width. Would it be smart to also do the time of the pitch envelope? Probably. I mean, we don't even have to do this in separate patches, I think. Let's just leave it in one patch. Because I can just group this in a rack and have like the sub coming through on one layer. That's gonna make it so much easier. Just do like a low pass here. There we go. Then we'll have the sub and the mid-range here. That's much better. Sub, mids. Do you have any tips for gluing your mids with your sub when processing separately? I always struggle to keep clean low mids. My sounds either get too thin or too muddy. I mean, to glue it, there's, I guess, a whole bunch of ways. But I guess the most obvious ones are going to be compression and saturation. That's basically the best ones that you can use for that. And then we can drop this one on the mids, so that it's not being applied to the sub. Cool. And we could even map some stuff from here as well later, but for now we're good. And now we might also be able to introduce a bit more stereo width on this one. Because why not? And the sub level, oh yeah, we have to move this one to the mid band. I'll just leave them open like that. So this one, and we want to have this one here. I guess because they're not mapped yet. There we go. Drop this on macro 2 here. So this is our sub level. This is our mid level. And then we have to map those again. So we'll map that to sub, map that to mid. I guess maybe the noise level would also be good to have. Just drop that on a macro 2. Oh yeah, and the pitch envelope, of course. So I'm gonna go and let's set up a little bit of a range here. Something like that, maybe. That's shorter. Go. And then I'll also add the last macro to, here's the pitch envelope, LFO1 main tuning. We'll do that to macro 4. Then we can even make this even bigger, so that that controls the amount of it. So Now let's put those in here as well. And I guess we're gonna start messing with some distortion. What distortion are we gonna use? Let's try shape it table. And I guess we'll put that after everything, so the sub runs through it as well. And let's grab, we're just gonna make a little effects chain here. Maybe put a little OTT in front of it. Can be quite aggressive, but put it at 50 or something. So that's one trick I also know I figured out. If you bring up the attack time on the compressor here, you basically get a much more punchier sound, and it kind of brings back the low end versus the default, which obviously would be right. That's how it loads up, and you can adjust the bends to kind of bring the low end back, like we could do that, but you get that really compressed sort of like low end. But if we just bump the attack time up all the way, it sort of like leaves it quite punchy, which is going to be good for like short notes. So might do that. Maybe we'll bump it up a bit here as well. We'll make this one a little shorter still. Might even gate it afterwards. So now we have a bunch of stuff. Let's see, what can we use here? Something quite aggressive, I think, that makes it quite different. Let's go out of the wave shaping category, maybe somewhere in here, like, let's go to Sol. See what we get. Dephased Sol. Why not? Gonna be quite quite aggressive right now, but bear with me. Let's see if we can make it nice. So if we change the levels going into here, I already have no clue. Where's that tail coming from? We're getting a tail from something, but I don't know what. Oh, it's probably the chorus. Much better. Like not doing anything at all. Let's increase the range. Let's try putting this thing, let's try putting it here. The hell? You hear those high little bits? Actually, I think it was nicer with the sub running through it as well. Now, of course, it's completely messed up, but... see if we can find a different wavetable, something in here. And let's also automate some stuff real quick. Let's just go and automate some of these things. We'll just duplicate that for now. I don't like that loud click at the start. I'm not sure why that is happening, but... not that it matters too much. What else can we throw in here? Let's see. Let's try a vocoder. Yo, Angelite. Not sure if this sound is gonna be nice. But trust the process, I guess. Did I click something? We'll leave that up for now. Thinking of a different pattern, maybe. Let's see. We grab this. Let's move that here. Yeah, we're doing sound design, but we're getting some weird shit right now. That actually sounded cool. Grab that, and then maybe drop this here. Okay, that doesn't work. Oh yeah, of course, because the note is... So I'm thinking, let's see what happens if we put a gate in here, because some of those glitchy bits I don't like. I'm not sure what creates it, but if we put a gate here... might be able to get rid of it. See if we can make that work. So remember, I used this in polyphonic mode, so if we double up the note, we get some movement. See? Which we might actually be able to use. So if we change the level here... Oh yeah, that's probably gonna be the biggest change, the level of these. I mean, I guess we should trust the process, because there are some cool bits happening. If we change the level of the sub, though... What the hell? God damn it, I spilled water across my fucking desk. For fuck's sake. I mean, this thing does have a bit of cool movement in it. It's a bit messy, but yo, fuck off. Why is that pop-up showing? I'm streaming, it should not do that. Well, whatever. The hell, that level is really loud going into here. So this creates a lot of level for some reason. But I guess the sort of like high frequency bits are created here, so happens if we switch this. The hell? That does some weird shit to the high end, but in a fun way, actually. I wonder if we can make that work. Okay, when we bring the decay up, it brings it back. That's so weird. Ah, because it's dropping below the threshold here as well. Could be good to put the gate after an OTT. Like compress it first and then put the gate after it. Let's see what happens. I wonder what happens if we add a pitch bend in here now. Let's grab a MIDI CC control, because we have the pitch bend set up. So what if we like add a pitch bend on that high note? Like what the fuck happens then? Look at the waveform. Completely breaks it apart. kind of feels like it starts here, but that's fine. We're just making some sounds, so it doesn't matter. Weird as fuck sound, but sounds kind of cool. Not really sounds like it's doing much there, but... Oh, idea. If we go in here, we have these two notes, right? We can probably change the speed of it if we use this. So these are one semitone apart, so by changing the speed, being very static still, it's almost no movement, but then if we bring it up, it almost gets like a weird sort of like auto pan effect on it now. So that's something we can keep in mind. What happens if we change the note completely? Because ooh. That's weird. Because we're using a polyphonic patch, so in theory we can just change this note. I guess it's a D note, right? Yeah. kind of interesting. Weird as hell. Yeah, I mean, fifth could probably sound good, but I mean, this is like one semitone higher, and it also sounds good. So it just doesn't really matter if it's weird. Can actually work. Let's see if we. What do you have in Serum? A wavetable or a single saw? It's just a saw. This is the patch, right? This is the... Yeah, we have one patch, so... I did have... that's why the wavetable position is not doing anything. Because it's a solved square. And that only changes halfway through, so... That's why it didn't do anything. But let's... can we copy with mods? Paste. Turn this one off. And then make sure that one is selected as well. We can play around with some different wavetables in here. See, now it actually does something. Try some of these analog ones, maybe here. Kind of like the tone of that one. I have some of my own of those as well, like there's some, I guess we can copy it again. Paste. I have some of my own wavetables here as well, and there's also some similar ones. I can has kick my own ones. But this patch is so, like, there's so much stuff happening, and it's mostly relying on the distortion at this point, that changing the wavetable really doesn't do all that much. See, even this is literally just the same thing as the icon has kick wavetable, but then with a snare. Still sounds quite similar. Okay, that one actually does a little something because there's some high-end bits in there. That one also sounds kind of interesting. I think what will change a lot more is changing the distortion in shaper table. That probably will do a lot more. We have this here, so if we change that, we're probably gonna get something completely different. So let's duplicate this and turn this one off. So now we have a copy of it. Which one? I don't know. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. So we can go and try out other things. I mean, yes, it changes it, but not even that much. I thought it was gonna do a lot more. I mean, it does change things. I wish they I need to send Kilohertz this as a message. It would be so nice if you could, like right now, it always goes through the presets in whatever folder is selected. I would love it if they would add either as an option that you can toggle, or just make it the default, that it actually goes from the last preset to the next folder. That would be so nice, because then you don't have to open up this the entire time. You can just literally just scroll through all your presets. That one actually sounds cool on this bit. That's kind of, I like what that does as well, but we also lose the sort of like rattly kind of sound, because when we have it on hold, and we turn the bias up or down, like either 100% or minus 100%, what it does is it basically, like you can see, like half of this shape is now basically a straight line, right? And thus the distortion on that side is going to be a lot cleaner than on the side where we have this sort of like jagged sort of like line. See, so at most times there's always this sort of like straight line happening on one of the two sides. Oh yeah, the bias is automated. That's why it's not changing. But and so it kind of creates this I don't know, like a really rattly kind of sound, as opposed to when we would change that. So if we go, I mean, we're only automating it here at the end, so it's not that big of a deal. And just remove that automation. So if we change it to here, actually sounds cool too, honestly. Now it applies the distortion sort of like to the entire sound. See how much more... Oh, it actually sounds more mid-range heavy when we put it down. Ah, we can actually use that. But because there's so much stuff happening, like changing all of these things, you know, like they all do very small things, and it's not like anything really does a lot at this point. Vocoder probably does a bit though. Vocoder makes it sound a little bit more rubbery, if that's the right word. Which I actually don't mind. I absolutely love Vocoder. Like the Ableton Vocoder in modulated mode is such a cool effect. It works on so many things. Like if you put it on bass, it can make it sound a bit more rubbery, or like, well, that kind of sound. If you put it on drums, it can be an amazing tool. Like you can use it to compress a drum loop, like really smash the hell out of it, but then because it kind of works in a way as a multi-band compressor in modulated mode, you can basically turn the depth down, and the more you turn the depth down, the more compressed all the bands are getting, and then the release obviously and the attack and the release sort of like also change how it responds. But if you bring it up, it makes everything more transient, like, or sort of like more gated. And that works really well. You can use it to sort of like shift the format down of like hi-hats or something to make them darker, which is really cool. It works amazingly well on acoustic drum sounds as well. If you have like acoustic drum sounds and you're trying to make them sound heavier so they work in electronic music, you can use Vocoder to kind of give it a more synth-like feeling. It will still have the character of the acoustic drums, but like an acoustic kick drum, for instance, you can actually give it like a synth-like feeling, even though it's an acoustic sound. So there's so many use cases for the vocoder, other than just, you know, like the obvious one, which is like taking a synth sound and a vocal sound and, you know, like applying the synth sound to the vocal sound to get like the, what is it, the Imogen Heap kind of effect. But there's so much more you can do with it. You can even make stuff sound watery and shit with it. Like, I guess if we bring the bandwidth down, maybe? Okay, that's weird. Or if we go to like a lot of bends. Or just a few bends. Well, what we had kind of worked, so... And of course the depth will change a lot. I guess here we're kind of using it as a sort of like a compressor at this point. When do you use the sidechain option in the vocoder mostly? I almost never use it. I almost never use the external sidechain mode in vocoder. Like, I would if I want to, let's say, take a synth sound and apply the sound of that synth to another sound. Like, you know, the traditional way of using a vocoder. That's when I would use the sidechain input, but I almost never do that. The two modes I use the most are the noise mode and the modulator mode. Modulator mode is what we're using now, but like the noise mode is also awesome because you can just add noise to something. So if I have like a drum loop, for instance, and I want more high end on it, I can put like a vocoder, maybe even in parallel, on the noise mode. The release is going to tell how long the tails of all the noise hits are going to be, and then I can use a high pass filter or even just, you know, like filter the bends like this to kind of high pass it to just get the high end of the noise, and then this kind of controls the type of noise, you know. What the hell? That's actually kind of cool. So that's kind of a cool thing as well. Like if you have some like, I don't know, like maybe you have some like tambourines or shakers and they sound too clean and you just want to make them sound a bit dirtier. You can just use this and like add some noise to it, and it will respond to the incoming signal, right? So you can, of course, like, sure, you can take some white noise and put a volume envelope on it so that it matches the rhythm of like the shakers. But by using the vocoder, it kind of responds to the incoming audio, so it will apply the noise in a different way. It will actually apply it to the audio as opposed to you layering some noise on top, right? And the same thing, of course, goes for erosion in that sense, because the noise mode in here and erosion are kind of working in a similar way. Well, they don't work in a similar way, but they will give you a similar effect where the noise is responding to the incoming audio. So there's all like interesting ways of using this, actually. And of course you have the control here with the bends as well, so... You can really mess with this. Now, in this sense, it's not really doing all that much because we have so much stuff happening. But you get what I mean. It's quite an interesting effect. I'm gonna take a piss real quick, and then we'll probably make some other sounds. Let me just get rid of this, because we spent quite a bit of time on this. But we have a pretty interesting bass sound here that we can tweak and work with. Maybe we'll do some drums after this, so I can show you some of the other use cases of the vocoder, because that would probably be good. I'll just chuck something in here for you guys to listen to while I take a piss. You can listen to this. It'll keep it in the same key that we're in. I'll be back in just a little moment. My bad. It's back. Yeah, it's back. Oh, there's one last note here. Let's make some percussion or something. Some like hi-hat shaker kind of thing underneath here. Let's grab addictive drums. Or should we... Ooh, idea. Let's grab a foley sound. Let's search for a foley sound. Something interesting. Let's go... chuck that in here. And let's set this to slice mode. So we already get like a whole bunch of slices. And then let's just create a little pattern here. We'll make it shorter. We'll do 2 bars. And let's set this to... What are we gonna do? Transient. Wait, is there no... Ah, okay. Oh wait, we can set this to warp. And then we can do beats mode. And then we can do this, and then make this shorter. Cool. I think it's monophonic right now. Yeah, let's make it polyphonic. And let's add a vocoder to here. That's a vinyl distortion. Let's do vocoder. So now we have, for instance, the noise mode. And I'm also gonna make this a little louder for you guys. See, so you can create like some noise this way. If you want. Don't think we need it necessarily on here, but let's try the modulator mode. But that does decrease the low end, or the high end. But let's group it. Maybe with a dry chain. That creates a bit of phasing. So let's duplicate this. And I guess we'll set it to noise mode. Bring the format back up. Bring this up as well. Decrease the level. And let's also, first of all, there's a lot of weird low end in here that we don't need, so just do that. Let's go on to here, onto the noise one. Just do that. So we still have all the all the high end now. See? So that kind of gets rid of a lot of high end. This adds it back. Plus this is also stereo, so it adds a bit of stereo width, which is kind of nice. Let's maybe layer this with some hats. Well, grab an addictive drums. What's wrong with the flat second? Huh? You got anything against the flat second? Let's start from a empty patch. Let's put it in here. We can select all of this, and then we can do just a little randomize on it, so that they're not all the same. Let's process these together. Let's try using another vocoder, why not? Modulator mode. Kind of helps gelling it together a bit as well. Maybe try a hybrid reverb and just give it a little bit of convolution, but with a pretty short. Don't really need that low bend. Maybe not. Maybe we'll do that with something else. Is a phase cancelling effect could happen between the two change effects when vocoders play together? I mean, you could get some phasing with the vocoder. Yeah, you could. What happens if we chuck this on the group? I like it. You could actually get a bit of phase cancelling. Not going to be as obvious right now because we're using two different modes. But if we switch this to the modulator mode, we're not really getting it right now, but You definitely can. Like if you take, I mean, we can easily test it out. If we group this and put a dry chain underneath it, see? You get these notches that are showing up. That is because we have the vocoder here shifted up with the formant. And, well, I mean, in general, just the vocoder now mixing with the dry signal kind of gives you some phasing. And changing the formant also changes where those notches are. Which I guess you can also use as an effect, but we don't want that. Oh, we're on the group. See what happens if we... Just why not? Oh, I did an audio track. My bad. Let's do a MIDI track. Add a drum rack in here. A couple of ones for now. Let's set this to gate. A little bit of a fade out. want something on top here. Let's see if we can. Didn't I have? This one of your recording takes. No, it's just from Free Sound, actually. The foley thing. Yeah. What are you doing? Okay, I was about to say, are you crashing? Please no. Probably a little quiet for you guys, but if it is too quiet, just say it in the chat and I'll make things louder for you all. Why is it so much louder that way? Okay, well, I mean, that works. It'll be a little bit louder for you guys. Oh, I know why. I know why. Because it's not running through this right here. No, it's not doing that. So can we do that actually? Can we? We cannot send it into the rack. That's kind of annoying. I wish Ableton allowed you to do that. That would be nice. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. We can literally just move this to here. I do kind of feel like we want to have something on top here. That'll do for now. So I wonder if we can add like a cool little thing to it. D? I mean, we are in Phrygian dominant, so that is major. I guess we'll find out if it works. What is the octave here? Sounds like it works. I guess the major one works. Almost. There's a little bits that sound a little weird, but I probably wouldn't use it like this though. Like I probably would just find like one of these that had, because these are all different libraries, basically different. Like if we switch to a different one, we get different samples. So I would just find one that I like, that has some cool bits in it. Then probably I would just resample all of them, so all of the different notes, so that I have them as audio, because then I can chop and sort of like rearrange bits of it. I do like using these phrases sometimes because, and that goes for like any library that has phrases, because especially for instance with like string libraries, especially if it's like a solo instrument, it's really difficult to capture the sort of like articulations of a solo instrument in like a contact patch, right? There's very little patches that do it right, or do it in a realistic way. A lot of times it'll be very limited and it won't really give you the same sort of like expressive feeling as what you would get from like actual recorded takes. And so that's where those phrases can be quite helpful, because you can just like find a couple of cool phrases and then just bounce that to audio and rearrange it and chop it up to kind of create new things out of it. But you will still have that sort of like expressive sound that would be really difficult to create with like just a contact patch, you know? So for that, they're actually pretty good. Should we just resample one of these? This one sounds kind of cool. Let's find one that we like. I mean, this one kind of works, so might as well take this one. Like, just those long notes, that's quite easy to capture in a contact library, but those little bits like that are happening there, that's usually where a contact library will, well, usually be less good at. There are some that are really well recorded. Like, the thing is, to get really expressive stuff that is still sort of like realistic, you just have to record so many different articulations, and then also record like different versions of it, like at different velocities, there's so much stuff that goes into it, and before you know it, you have like a gigantic contact library. to make it sound realistic. There's a couple that I have that do some instruments pretty realistically, like the Sonica ones are pretty good. They have like the ones for the Japanese instruments. Those are really well recorded. They have like so many different articulations in it, and you can actually make stuff sound really realistic with those. But you know, a lot of libraries won't. I do think this is pretty quiet for you guys. You guys aren't saying anything, but I do think it's pretty quiet. So let me just chuck this on here. Let's just use transparent mode so we don't get a huge latency. There you go. Should be a little bit louder for all of you. Okay, that actually works. Do that. Okay, so let's just resample this bank of whatever this is. I think they will work, and we will have something to work with in audio. Let's just grab from here. Yeah. Okay, cool. Like those little short bits in between the notes, that's what usually is really hard to get right with a content library. And those bits there at the start of the note. And also just the dynamics and stuff, you know. I do like the tone of this instrument on top of what we have here, so... Almost done. Cool. So that's basically all the phrases in this one. And then let's get rid of the reverb. Just bounce that track in place. Could take this actually, these chords, this piano part. We could actually take this into a bit of a cold sound kind of direction. It kind of reminds me of that. Probably use a bit more velocity changes, like it's all a bit, like maybe we'll decrease this. Let's add our reverb back in. I'll actually do that on a group. I think I have that piano thing that I played at the start or during the break. I have, if I'm correct, a version of that without the root notes, so only the melody bits. Let's see what happens if we chuck that in here. Let's just extend this. We loop this. If I remember, I also bounced just the top notes of it. And then we'll just add the reverb to the group. It's not gonna be in time, but that's fine. So if we want to go that route, which could actually be cool, what if we add some kind of string that just plays like, I guess the root notes, or just a D, something short, maybe that. That one works, but I wonder if I have a better one. Better sounding one. I mean, I do like this one, but let's see. Let's group it. Let's duplicate this. Turn the first one off. Maybe one of the Spitfire libraries. Short. I need to piss again, so one moment. I'll just let this play, why not? You'll have something to listen to. I'll be back in just a little moment. Might wanna make some more sounds, because we're quickly moving into writing a tune again, which probably wanna make some more sounds, but we could, you know, like maybe resample some of the sounds that we have here and see if we can make some cool things out of it. So, yeah, one moment, I'll be back in just a little bit. Okay. One moment. I remembered something. I downloaded the Max for Live device before this earlier today, but I don't think I've unpacked it. And it would be pretty interesting to mess around with today. So let's see. I think I have it. Yeah, it's a device by Tom Cosm. And I was just going through the what is it? The Max for Live thing library, and I saw this device and I was like, wait, that looks really awesome. Let me put it in my Max for Live folder real quick. Let's see, Max for Live. Was that? I think it was here. Yeah, Max for Live. Where am I gonna put that? I guess in MIDI tools. So it's this device which converts audio into pitch data, into like MIDI data, but in real time. So it's like basically, you know how you have the sort of like convert to MIDI thing in Ableton? It basically does that, but in real time. So you don't have to convert audio to MIDI, but you can just chuck a device on it and send the MIDI to another track. So I kind of want to mess around and see what happens if we use the what is it, the duduk instrument, and send the pitch of that to another track, and maybe make like a bass on it or something. See what happens. Should be good now. Let's go here. Okay, let's save for anything bad happens. Let's see. So should be in here now. MIDI tools, and then we have these real-time pitch. I have not used it before, so let's see. I'm just gonna chuck this one in here. So this is the capture one, and this is, I guess, the one that finds the MIDI. So you saw it changes notes. Doesn't seem to be changing it. Oh wait, let's set this to, can we set it to chromatic? All. I mean, I'm not seeing it change too often, but let's see if it actually does something. So let's create another track. And let's just add a serum with a saw wave on there for now. And we'll put because there's another device that goes hand in hand with it, which is basically the one that then receives the MIDI. Okay. And then we go here, and then do we need to do anything, or is it just gonna work like now? Okay, so that's the note. What is this? Major, minor. Yeah, cool. Okay, let's see. So how do we get this to receive this MIDI? Output, yeah. I hope it works. That would be nice. Do we need to select something? I mean, we can't really change anything here. Let me check real quick. These two devices allow you to roughly capture any monophonic audio signal and convert it into MIDI data that can then be used in Ableton Live. Use the capture device to convert the audio into MIDI notes, then use the receive MIDI device to generate notes, either to trigger an instrument or control Ableton Live effect that has MIDI from option. Okay. Then how do we... Maybe we should just watch the video. Or, oh, this is not a video. I thought it was a video. Full video here. Let's see.
Hello, I've built a real-time audio to MIDI converter device. It is in two parts. There is a capture device that needs to go somewhere where it can receive audio. In this case, I have it on an audio track with some samples. And there is a receive device that needs to go on a MIDI track. The capture device will sit there, it'll take an incoming audio signal, and it will attempt to analyze what the frequency is and convert that into MIDI notes. It will then send the MIDI note across to the receive device, and this will spit out information in the form of MIDI note data. So in that case, I'm just going to add a piano after this receive device
so it should just work.
We can get something playing. And let's go back to the capture device and have a look at how it works. Currently I have it turned off just so I can play you the sample I'm going to be using.
Yeah. Tell me how it
Let's
works.
turn it on.
Okay, so it should just work. Okay. Then why doesn't it work for me here? Let me quickly... What does settings does he have? 1, 5, 1. Okay. We'll just set this to 1. See if that makes a difference. 5. And we'll do 1 on here as well. Cool. So, in theory, this should now be receiving the MIDI. It does. Ah, interesting. But not every time? It's not doing the quick changes. Okay, we don't want that. Let's not do an input on this track. I don't want to hear myself speak. I wish it did the like the changes as well. The quick little pitch changes. Maybe this is a MIDI device, or what is it? It can be a MIDI device because it's on an audio track. So what if we change the input gain so that it has more to work with? Maybe that helps it. And then we group this and we create another chain, and that is our chain that we're actually hearing. Well, now it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Okay, we'll just chuck the utility after this again and set it to -10 and then +10 here, so that it basically compensates for it again. Weird, it doesn't seem to work the entire time. Because it's clearly playing a note, but it's not sending something here. That's too bad. Because it looked really interesting, and I was like, that could be really fun. Okay. Hey. It was doing something now. Maybe it just had to wake up for a second. Now, I imagined we could actually do some pretty cool stuff with that, because let's say we set this to monophonic, and let's just do always gliding, so that it basically just glides. Yeah, see, it doesn't always work, for some reason. It's a little messy, but when it works, it actually works pretty well. Yeah, it seems to work pretty well when it actually does something. But that's cool. Right, so this is now also going to key track when it changes notes, so that's kind of interesting. Let's find something a little bit more interesting in here. Something with a bit more harmonics, so maybe that one. If we started from here, does it then work on that first note? No. See, sometimes it just doesn't seem to work, but whatever, that's fine. It's probably something you would resample anyway. Let's send that to another filter. Oh, can we also... Oh, nice, we can also just grab that now. I didn't know that. No, it actually seems to work pretty well now. Like, it follows the pitches pretty clearly. Like, it also does the little movements, which is nice. Let's make this a really sort of like a patch that just, you know, like does a lot of movement Probably do some random movement actually. Have some fun with that. Copy that to these other LFOs as well. Oh, now the first one also worked. Let's send the noise into this one as well. Modulate the level of this one as well. I want to see if we can use this to create some I guess we can do that outside of Serum. Be a little bit easier. What more can we add into here for more movement? I guess more filters. Maybe on here. I don't want it to cut out the sub though, so we're gonna add this one on here. And more movement, so we'll just chuck more movement on here. That's the low end, and so that's already controlling a filter. Let's have it controlled by a different LFO. That's not controlling the filter itself, but okay, that one for instance. And we'll use something on here. Let's control the rate of some of these as well. So let's do, I don't know, LFO1 is going to control that one. Noise is a bit much, but compressor for now. Yeah, not really what I was hoping for. Let's do more. What else can we add in here? Let's just split it up again. Why not? No, you're welcome, man. I'm wondering where the resonant peak is coming from. Oh, it's probably this. Like it's not this one because this one isn't changing all that much. Like just a little bit, but that should be fine. I think it's this one right here. Let's just back this down a bit. I actually didn't mind it on the mid-range. I want to be able to see it move so I know what the range is doing. Let's just do random, smooth. I basically want it to move around that position where the sub is, just a little above and just a little below. So it's messing with the level of the sub, and I guess the phase as well. Now let's, I guess distort it again. We try using the shaper table again. Okay, let's modulate some stuff in here as well. I guess we can throw a vocoder in here as well, because that worked pretty well previously. Yeah? Don't wanna go there? Okay. Throw a vocoder right here. Somewhere in just chain. We need something a little bit less crazy here. Maybe just one of these. Let's see what happens if we chuck that overdrive distortion from Serum back on here, because that one definitely does some cool stuff. And it also evens out the level a lot. Can make it pretty heavy, but might actually be cool. Okay, the shaper table was a bit much. Weird as fucking sound. I guess we can also use... Wait. I wish we could connect more than one thing to a knob. That would be really cool. We cannot, sadly. But I guess we can use... Because we have that pitch data coming in, right? So if I add, what was it called again? Expression control. Then we should be able to see that in here as well. Or not. Not seeing that point move on this line, sadly. I thought maybe we could see the pitch data on that as well and can use that as a modulation source. I mean, it is doing something. But it doesn't seem to be moving around a lot. Sadly. That would have been pretty interesting. So let's see if it's actually doing something. Let's grab an EQ. We'll just chuck it here. And then we'll assign this thing to that. Okay, so it is doing something. Interesting. So we could use that to control other things as well. That's quite interesting. Not sure if this sound is the best. Would probably just resample this sound. Let's just duplicate this track and just remove this from the first one. That's the one that is doing this. There is some nice movement, yeah. I would probably just resample this anyway. I just wish we had a bit more control over the noise. It's this area here that gets a bit much, so... Nothing we can fix. That one isn't even too bad. Mostly this area here. Why is the morph not working? But oh, that's confusing. That's really confusing. So you have two morph knobs. One is for the shape of the LFO, and the other one is the actual morph knob that I was looking for. Okay. Let's copy one of these LFOs and map that to here. Set it to remote. Can we record the MIDI as well? Let's see if we can. If we do insert new MIDI track, can we record the MIDI coming out of track 15? No, we cannot. But can we record the track out of 18? Let's see. Let's see if it actually records the MIDI. That would be sick. Don't see anything yet, but doesn't look like it. So it's not recording the MIDI. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Would be nice though if you could actually record that MIDI. But I have an idea. What if we group this and put an external instrument in the second chain, and we send that into a new MIDI track, which we cannot do because we have nothing on this track. But if we add an operator, let's just set this to all ins again, then now we should be able to send this MIDI into track 19. We cannot. Interesting. Why not? Why can we not send it into this track? Huh? That's strange. Because we can send it into all the other MIDI tracks, so why can't we not send it into here? That's weird. Is it bugged? What? No, huh? Why can we not send it into this MIDI track? That's so fucking strange. That's weird. We can even send it back into itself. for some weird reason. But not into this one. I don't know why we wouldn't be able to do that. Really weird. I don't get it. Oh, wait. We might be able to record it. We might be able to record it, because I saw a MIDI signal coming in on that chain. Yeah, we can actually record it. Nice. So we can record the MIDI that it sort of like detects. Interesting. Well, that's good to know, because then we can record it and send it into into that into that, so we don't have to do it in real time. Interesting. So many weird things you can do with this. So I guess this now changes something. There's no tooltips here, but I guess that just, yeah, it's just, it says it's speed limiter capture rate, so that is how many times per, well, how many times it tries to detect the pitch, so I guess every millisecond. I don't know what the mean group size is, though. Don't know what that would indicate. Well, we figured it out. Something is turning back on every time here for some weird reason. I don't know what it is, but yeah, see, as soon as I hit play, this turns on. Which is the automation, so like bypass thing. So as soon as it plays, something gets moved that is automated or something. And it turns that on. No idea why, but I guess Ableton is like, yo, what the fuck are we doing, mate? I'm moving so many things at once. What the hell is going on? So if we pitch this down an octave, is it gonna change? It should. Yeah, okay. I mean, it has some interesting sounds in here. Just not sure what that would turn on every time, but whatever. Yeah, I guess the CPU is working relatively hard. I would probably go in here and make sure it stays in this octave. Or maybe this one we could drop it an octave, like those higher ones. Completely forgot we were actually playing with the piano as well at some point. That's maybe too low. But some of these, it goes to a higher octave. So if we pitch those down. it's not really in higher octave there. Still within the same octave, it's just going to a G, which is a bit high. Ooh, I wonder. Because I like what it did just there. When it starts a note, it does some really cool things a lot of times. Because of the OTTs and stuff that we have set up and all the distortion, it creates this really punchy sort of like transient. If we set an arpeggiator on this track, now we're getting experimental. If we put an arpeggiator on this track, it's only going to re-trigger one note, because there is only one note at all times. Let's save before anything crashes. So now we should get 8 notes. Okay, let's set it to something slower. Do 1/2 or something, and then now we're basically getting bass steps of a quarter note long, so a beat long, but it has a different movement every single time. And I guess we could use a note length device. To change the length, or we set this to a free running LFO or arpeggiator. Now, it actually worked pretty well with the, what is it, 1/2 or 1/1? So that we get like bass steps out of it. That worked pretty well. See, every time it starts a note, it's a really punchy transient. But because of all the modulation, we're getting so many different things, a different movement every time. Okay, let's see what happens if we add a note echo. And then, so this is 1/1. So that would be what? 8? Or 4? What is it? Each numbered switch represents the delay time in 16 notes. Okay, so 8, then it would come in right in the middle. Then we group this. And we create another chain. So that is the chain that is already here. This creates an additional note. We set it to mute so that it mutes the original. And then we can either pitch this up. Let's pitch it up an octave. Let's see what happens. Right, okay. I would like that to be slightly shorter though, so we can put a note length device after this and set the length to, well, what is that? If we have, let's see real quick. So 1/1, half of that is about 700 milliseconds. Then what would that be? About 350. So let's set this to about 338. That's fine. And then I'm gonna put another note echo device in here. Let's set it to mute again. No feedback. And this time I want to shift it with what? 4, I think. Both 2 and 4 is actually cool. It's a random. Okay, let's do a shaper. Set it to that. And I want this to be, where is it again? Oh, does the, oh, Shaper MIDI doesn't have this? Ah, okay, somebody needs to update the Shaper MIDI device. Because that's not a native Ableton device, it's one that I downloaded, and it doesn't look like they have updated it. So we'll just grab the regular Shaper device. Or wait, is Shaper MIDI an Ableton device? Might actually be one. We can just drop it here, it doesn't matter. So we want to have a square shape. Come on. Like that. And then we set it to manual mode. And now we map this random here. We map that to the manual knob here. And then we set this to remote. Now map this back to here. And now we just need to sort of like tweak these times. So that's on 2. I can see it changed here to 2. So let's unmap this real quick. Oh wait, show controlling device. We need to see, okay, so that's that one. Let's unmap this one real quick. So if I could do this, then now I can see where, I'm looking at this one here, so it's set to 16. If we set this to 4, and then now we map this one back to here. So now every time it triggers a MIDI note, or at least the original note, then this one changes between a different time on that delay. So let's see. That's kind of cool. Let's put a random device after this chain. And I'm going to... Let's go up with 24 semitones. And give that a chance of what? Maybe 50? And then we just need to make sure that we conform it back into our scale. So D, Phrygian, dominant. Okay, let's do a random time. That might be nice. Let's go back to our here. Let's set this one to random. Unipolar. Let's do remote. We can set this range to the same as what we had here. So let's do 25 to 39 or 40 or something. And we don't need that second one. And then we map this to the time right here. Okay, it's not working every time because, oh well, because it's set to key track, that's why. Oh, I also changed the mapping of the other one. Or didn't I? Yeah. I'm stupid. Random. And we want another random. that one needs to control, because the shaper is now, where is it still controlled? Show controlling device. Yeah, that's still mapped. Then this one, we want to control that. But that is also still mapped to something. Huh? What are you mapped to? Oh, we have two expression controls, that's why. I'm making things a bit confusing. That's also why it didn't work, because it was after the arpeggiator. But what if we set this to be right here? So then it changes the length depending on, well, every time it receives a new note, which includes the notes that we created. And then we can set the output to, what was it again? 20, let's do 15 to, what? 35. What if we not do the pitch up? Like, it's still gonna go up to a higher pitch because of the random device, but that does that only 50% of the time, so we should also still get notes that are the same. We're basically getting like a whole bunch of like one-shot hits, but we both get both short and long ones now. Control M to set the MIDI mapping. No, I don't think it works that way. Because you have to use the mapping here to basically connect it to something. I'm definitely hearing some cool hits in here though. And remember, it's all being controlled by this audio file right now, but if we just want to have it at a particular pitch, right, we can also still do that. Like, we can just turn this device off and put some MIDI in here. Like, let's say just a D note. And immediately it starts doing something in the pitch that we want. Can take another random and map that to the gate. Just need to make sure it doesn't go above, what is that? 25, I think 25 to 25. Okay, why are you not mapping? Yeah, so 25 is 50% roughly. Then we can get like longer and shorter notes, even with this one. So now the first one also changes in length. That's a fun little bass step creator. Huh, interesting. It's almost like a kick sometimes. Yeah, exactly. No, I've not randomized the arpeggiator rate. The rate is just set to one bar. So every bar, it triggers a new note out of this, but that note is only, well, somewhere between like 25 to 50% of the length of that bar, so that is 2 beats. And then in the second half, these echo devices are creating an additional note, and those are the shorter bits that you hear, the shorter notes. And this one just shifts it to like the second half, because 8 semitones, basically like 16 semitones would be a bar, right? So 8 16th notes shifts it to the second half of that bar, which is exactly where the gap is from this other one. And then this one switches it, changes it from like, what is that? Dotted to something else. Like it just moves it around a little bit, and then it's being modulated in its length, so those notes get shorter and longer. Not really needed this one, but it's kind of cool. But you can do some weird shit with this kind of stuff, man. Using like the arpeggiator and re-triggering a note, and then, you know, like using the MIDI devices to change what happens with that note. It can be really fun. Especially when you run it into a patch like this, because you get all kinds of unexpected results. But yeah, some of those really short ones almost sound like a kick. And this also has the pitch bend on it, but if we turn that off... then every note is just starting at the pitch that it actually wants to, instead of having a glide at the start of it. And it's crazy because there's no pitch, there's no sort of like, there's no pitch movement at the start of the sound, at least not that I've done with MIDI or with like an LFO. Like these are all just random LFOs, just moving stuff around. But if you look at it down here, you can clearly see that every note has like a pitch transient at the start. Like almost like a kick transient. That's just a result of like all the heavy processing running into the dynamics processing. And it's just creating like that pitch transient, which is kind of interesting. But you could definitely resample. I would definitely resample this and just, you know, like let it run for a whole bunch of time, and then you have like a whole bunch of cool bass one shots that you can use in a tune. So that was interesting. That was actually quite cool. It turned out cooler than it did at first. Anyways, it is 1:32 a.m. So we're gonna call this stream a night. I had some fun today. We didn't make a whole bunch of stuff in terms of like a tune, but that also wasn't the goal, right? Actually, I had quite some fun with this, so that was cool. And that's what I mean, like, by doing this and then I guess I'll just keep working in this project file. I'll probably resample some of these so that they're not using all the CPU. But then, you know, I'll cut out the good bits and save those, and then I'll have, like, more stuff in this project to work with. And basically do that for a bit more until you have, like, more sounds and more things that are interesting. And then start arranging something with that. Not even just arranging a track probably, but just arranging like sections of a track. Like finding a melody and then writing something around that melody, or making a drop sketch with like those bass hits or something. And then maybe try out different rhythms with that so that you have a couple of different sections to choose from. And then in that process, you'll probably find like the good things, the things that actually work, you know? It's really difficult to write something from nothing and just be like, oh yeah, I want it to sound like that. Because especially with like maybe if you're writing like a simple house tune or something, I don't know, a garage tune or whatever, you can do that, right? But if you want to make sounds or like music that is really, I have this playlist on YouTube. I'm not sure if it's a public playlist actually, but it might. I think it is. And I've given that playlist Ear Candy Music, which is basically my name that I give music that I find really hard to put into a category otherwise, because it can span all kinds of genres. It's just music that has so much detail and texture and things in it that it's hard to put it into a category, because it's kind of its own thing. And like I said, it can be any genre. Like Cohen Sound, for instance, does like a bunch of things that would fit it, but it doesn't really matter what genre it is. Like all of them, their more recent music definitely fits it. But then like also, I guess some Noisia tunes or Sleepnet would fit it, or Culprit, for instance, who also does some crazy shit. But there's so many more, like so many artists across all various amounts of genres that do music that is very textured and detailed, and that I've all put into a playlist. And there's I don't know, a lot of that music, I don't think you just start writing that kind of stuff by just, you know, starting from scratch and then just immediately being like, oh yeah, this is what it's gonna be. No, you have to experiment. You have to do a whole lot of sound design and find like sounds that are cool to get to those tracks. At least that's what I think, like honestly. So yeah, I had some fun tonight. Experimental plus a nice intro. Yeah, I mean there is some cool stuff there. I would have to work a lot more on it, because right now it's just quite simple. I would definitely want to work more on it. Like I want to. Right now, it's just literally just this section, and it's just what that is basically the length of a tune. It's 4 minutes long, but I would want to, you know, like start using that idea maybe for an intro. Yeah, like that could be something. Like I could say like, okay, this was kind of interesting, the piano thing. I could start using that and maybe find like pieces of this file that work on top of it, and then work this thing in, which was the duduk that we recorded. Work that in like different parts of it, maybe chopped it up, rearrange it, and then work from there, you know? Yeah, you can definitely get to a section that way. and then I just write like a ton of different sections of like what could end up being in being part of a tune, but I guess by writing more variations on something, you will eventually find the best sounding bits, you know? Like it's one thing that I see some artists that make this kind of music. I like Cohen Sound is one example, but there's countless of others. And every time I see their project files, I'm like, fucking hell, mate. They write so much stuff to come up with what they eventually put into the tune. And I guess it is that sort of like iterative kind of process where you just try and basically do so much different things with a sound or with a melody or with something, and try so building different things around it to see what works best. And then you find things that end up being good enough for the tune, you know? If that makes sense. And it's not just with Cone Sound, it's other people as well, because I've seen other people's project files that do similar kind of music, and I see similar things there. It's not always in the same project though. Like some will split it up across different projects and do a lot of sound design first, and then bounce that all to audio and bring, you know, samples in from those resampled sessions into a new project and then work from there. But it is, I guess, also a matter of what your PC can handle. But it is definitely interesting. Anyways, it's 1:40 a.m., so I'll call it quits for tonight. Thanks for being here, though. I actually had fun, so that's good. Better than last week. Thanks. I'll be back next week. Also, join the Discord if you haven't yet. But I think all of you are in the Discord, so it shouldn't really matter. But if you're not, the link to the Discord is going to be in the chat. And if you want to support me on Patreon. Actually, is the bot awake today? Not sure if I... Apparently the bot has not done anything today. So I think the bot has turned itself off again. I'm not gonna worry about it now. If you want to find the links to Discord and Patreon, just check the description. They're probably gonna be there. And if not, I know the Discord one is there. Patreon one should be there too. But if not, just go to Patreon and search Artifacts and you'll find me that way. Thanks. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.